Hello everybody! Welcome. I pretty much spent today setting up references, but I'm ready to get into the rough sketch for today's commission, which is Nox the Shapeshifter, a original Dungeons and Dragons character for Commander Munt. So I'm going to be pretty much just working out, the rough sketch, and then inking the clean line art today, and then tomorrow I will be doing all of the coloring. This is a full body cell shaded piece, so this is gonna get the full treatment of my highest quality that I'm capable of doing. So let's get rolling. Depending on, how many people are in here and how active the chat gets, I may or may not be talking a lot. I'm probably just going to be doing, quiet, focused work. So I'm just letting anybody know in advance, if I'm not super talkative, I'm just trying to focus. So here we go. Hi, Chumpet. How are you? Took me a while to get my microphone on. I had my microphone muted because I'm listening to my current obsession, which is Running with the Wolves from Wolf Walkers. Such a good movie, and the song is so addicting. Like, I can't stop listening to it. I'm like gonna listen to it to the point where it drives me crazy, because that's how much I like this song. But, you know, I'm trying to be good and not play, like, copyright music on my stream, so I just, like, mute my microphone and listen to the, you know, the stuff I want to listen to while I'm working, you know. Working on a missing person quest for the face. Cool. Yeah, like, when I'm doing art, I gotta listen to music that, you know, gets me. Like, it's hard to just listen to random stuff playing in the background. Like, I wanna... Like, music helps get me in the right creative mood, you know? And it helps me focus. So what kind of music I have playing while I work is, like, very important. Especially if it's something that, you know, I want to sing along to or I'm really into it. It makes me work a little faster, and it just makes me feel good while I'm working. It's important. But, you know, all these streaming services and music companies are hard up for money all the time, so they come after people with all their DMCAs and cease and desists, and we're gonna give you a strike on your channel and delete your channel, you know. And I can't risk all that stuff, you know, unfortunately. So I'm trying to be better about that and be very careful what audio I have in my background for my videos. At social RP events that have music and I don't like it, I play my own stuff. That makes sense. By the way, Chumpet, did you see my crazy rant in the general chat from, like, I think it's like 2 days ago now? Everybody who's in here's like, oh no, she's gonna talk about it again. Because, like, yesterday I only had, like, Babone and Savannah and Ordy in here, and, like, they already know the story, so whenever anybody new comes in, I'm like, oh my god, do you know what happened? Did you see the chat? Do you know what happened? I gotta share this story again. Like, everybody has to know the story. Because it's crazy. It's so crazy. And right now it says I only have 1 viewer, so you might be the only person in here. So you're like my captive audience right now, and I get to tell you. Okay, Chumpet, listen, this is crazy. Something, like, really paranormal happened to me the other day, like 2 days ago, around 6 p.m. I was hanging a scarf in my closet. And, you know, I have these, like, tension curtain rod things. You know, those metal curtain rods with the rubber nubs on the end, and they, like, have a spring in them, and you can put it between doorways. You could use it as shower curtain rods and whatever. You know, a tension rod. This thing is, like, from Walmart. It's probably like $8. It's like 3 feet long. And you're probably like, why the hell is she describing a freaking curtain rod in such detail? Like, get on with the story already. Well, this is the major part of this story here, because we all know that in the world we live in, certain items you don't expect things to happen to. So, here's what happened. My curtains that I have hanging in the closet doors, because we don't have closet doors in this apartment, there are none, so I hung curtains instead of the doors. I stepped on it when I was opening it up to hang my scarf, and I accidentally pulled the curtain down, and the rod came down and it hit my head, and it hurt. It wasn't like I didn't get a concussion or anything. It was just like, you know, if you stub your toe or something bumps you, like, you know, it stings for a minute and then you get over it and you get on with your day. So the curtains fell down right in front of me at my feet, and I was just bending down to pick them up and hang them back up. And, you know, I cursed a little bit because I was like, ow, that hurt, you know, that was annoying. But when I went to reach down to pick up the curtains, the rod was gone. And I thought, okay, maybe it just bounced. Like, you know, it has a spring in it. It probably bounced somewhere in the closet, or maybe it bounced, like, you know, just outside the closet. Maybe it went behind my dresser that's next to the closet. And, you know, I just started looking for it, and I was pretty convinced, like, you're gonna find it. I mean, this thing is huge. It's a freaking curtain rod. It's 3 feet long. It doesn't just disappear. But that's exactly what happened. It disappeared. It is not in this dimension anymore. It hit my head, and it never hit the floor. It wasn't in the curtain. It wasn't entangled. You know, it wasn't in the loops of the curtain. It's not on the floor. It's not behind the furniture. It didn't roll out into the room and get under the bed. It's not anywhere in the closet. It's not mixed up in any of my stuff. I spent an hour looking for it. And then I have finally determined that it literally disappeared. It vanished. It freaking dematerialized. It went invisible. It just disappeared. Okay, and I'm like, this is so insane. I just thought I was going absolutely nuts. So I started, like, just telling everybody about this, because this is like, this kind of stuff doesn't happen, but you know what? Apparently it does. So I also decided to start Googling it and, like, looking up YouTube videos, and apparently there's a phenomenon that I had no idea about called Disappearing Object Phenomenon, DOP. And there are apparently on the internet a freaking plethora of stories of objects that literally just disappear. And then sometimes they reappear. They might reappear in the same spot. They might reappear, you know, in a completely different place. They might reappear years later, weeks later. Like, it's just completely random. But either way, there's like a lot of stories of just weird crap happening, and people call it glitches in the Matrix. And I was just like, holy moly. Because, you know, I believe in science and the laws of physics, but I also like paranormal stuff. You know, I like spooky stories and ghosts, and I believe in ghosts. I've seen them. Like, I know that there is stuff that cannot be explained in this world that happens, but this was one that I never ever expected. Completely blindsided me. And today's the 3rd day, and the curtain rod is still gone. It's not in this dimension anymore. And you're right, it did go to another dimension. And I know I sound absolutely insane. I sound like a freaking lunatic every time I bring this up. And I know, like, a lot of people don't care, but this is some seriously weird shit, okay? So I've just been telling this story, like, over and over and over again, because I can't wrap my own mind around it, that this actually happened. And I feel like I need to document it, like I need to make a record of it, you know. So there you go. That's the story again. Just, you know, me telling it over and over and over. And there you have it. Freaky, weird, paranormal things happening in my closet. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, if anybody watching has ever had anything really bizarre happen to them, feel free to share, because the world is full of mystery. And boy, was this mysterious. Let's see, I gotta look at my references. So this is like a weird mask. The mask is like a human face, but also like a porcelain doll kind of thing. So like I'm trying to give it face details, but not like really detailed face details, if you know what I mean. Only weird thing I can say is I held a haunted perfume bottle. Whoa! Tell me about that. A haunted perfume bottle? That's cool. Hello, Savannah. I had to tell Chompette this story because she didn't know about it. You know, I have to tell everybody. Like, it's day 3 and I'm still talking about this stupid curtain rod. And I'm not gonna stop talking about it until it comes back from whatever realm it zapped into. Like, eventually it's gotta come back. Like, I don't want to have to go to Walmart and buy another one. And also, hello, Cadence of Midnight. Welcome. Just streaming a DnD Shapeshifter character today. This is going to have 2 versions. One version is with the mask on, and then one is with the mask off. And this one has the, like the powdered wig with the curly hair. And this is just a rough sketch for right now, so. And this is inspired by 16th century French fashion and like masquerade kind of thing, masquerade ball. Alright, Chompette's telling us the story of a haunted perfume bottle, so let's see what she says. Friend of the family loved old things. He had a really old perfume bottle he bought at an antique store. Well, the owner of the store told him that it was haunted, that if you hold that perfume bottle for a while, you will eventually start to smell lavender. Now, there is no smell to this old bottle, none whatsoever. However, if you do hold it for a long while, you do actually get a strong smell of lavender. Wow! I like that. That's cool. I've actually heard a lot of stories like that about phantom smells. Like you go into a place that's haunted and you might smell the perfume that, you know, the ghost was wearing. Things like that. Thank you so much, Cadence of Midnight, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you. Does anybody else have any interesting spooky stories or just paranormal stories, or, you know, have you ever seen UFOs? Have you ever seen ghosts? Have you ever had curtain rods randomly disappear out of existence after they hit you in the head? You know, anything like that. I want to hear your weird stories of strange things that have happened in your lifetime. I had one where one time my brother almost got struck by lightning in the kitchen. So, like, I remember seeing it. This lightning bolt came in through the kitchen window, almost hit my brother, and then it, like, hit the side of the refrigerator, and it was, like, wiggling. You know the way lightning wiggles, like, with those little plasma balls, and you put your hand on it, and the little lightning bolts come up? Like, it wiggled against the fridge and it left like a black burn mark. It didn't like explode or cause a fire or anything like that. It was just this little like tendril of electricity that just came in through the window and hit the fridge. It was crazy. But at least that's not paranormal. That's actually like, you know, just, you know, lightning can actually happen. Still a fun story though. So, Cadence, tell us your mom's spooky story. And I will share some more because I got a few. We'll all share our interesting paranormal stories. She was around 18, she was in her apartment, and someone left one of those original Ouija boards that was made out of wood. She didn't trust it, so she said F you or something like that, and the TV exploded on the inside. Oh my god. That's a good one. I want to tell a ghost story from the college I went to. Music camp at. Yeah, go ahead. I told a variation of it as a ghost story as alumnus as if from Gilmaeus. There's some content warning. Okay. I got one from work I work at now. Ooh. Alright, yes. I wanna hear all the weird, paranormally spooky stories that you guys have. As for the reason of the potential reason it's a haunting. If it was like a murder or something. But yeah. Trigger warning here. So one of the dorms at the college campus my music camp was at apparently has a ghost in the basement stairs. Ooh. Very spooky. In a moment I'll explain the whole story and then the story behind the ghost story. Trigger warning again when I get to the true story, but one sec first. Or peeing, okay. Take your time. I'm gonna be here a while, so don't worry. No rush. Alright, so Chumpette says, so the doors to the basketball gym are extremely heavy, like you gotta put some serious oomph to open them. It was caught on camera that one of these heavy doors opens by themselves, stays open for a split second, then closes again. There are cameras on both sides of the doors to prove no one on either side of the doors was moving it. Ooh, I love that. That's super spooky. That's great. I have the video on my phone. Security gave it to me. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's freaking... like, that right there is great paranormal evidence. I love it. Got another... oh, okay. So you must really work on a very haunted place. It's like there's a theme here, haunted college campuses. I dig it. The ghost story is, someone was doing laundry in this dorm as the public laundry was in the basement. They were going to return to the first floor, and the staircase is down a long hallway with the door to the stairs around a corner from the laundry room. As they rounded the corner and approached the door, there was an echo, as if footsteps quietly following them towards the door. Well, that's always spooky. Getting followed by the ghosts. They stopped when they did and they saw no one. They went back and no one was there. But when they stared towards the door again, it kept happening. So they just kept going towards the door. Now this door is a keep shut door. Ah. Alright, and I'm going to read what Chompette wrote. The library is the most haunted building we have. We call that ghost Casper. He's friendly, nothing seriously bad happens. He just likes to play pranks. There is no one in the building but the housekeepers. Only one housekeeper in this building, by the way, so no one else. You will hear doors slamming closed on their own. He will flip the lights on and off. He loves to knock books off the shelves that clearly can't fall off on their own. Oh, he's like a poltergeist. Very cool. Alright, now back to Savannah's story. So it's not an alarm door, but it's meant to be left shut. And it was ajar as they approached. Only just ajar, as if it had been pushed closed, but not properly shut. Yeah, because the ghost is like, you know, I don't care. I'm going in and out wherever I please. Aw, I just got a nice whisper. Person in WoW said, wanted to say love the artwork watching your stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, let's see what we got going on. Hello, Baboon, don't worry. You're good. He's like, sorry I'm late. Ah. We're telling ghost stories, like Chompette and Savannah Knowledge are sharing their spooky stories of real life odd things they've experienced. And also Cadence of Midnight shared one too. Like everybody's just sharing like anything weird you've ever experienced in your life. And it doesn't have to be ghosts, it could be like, have you seen Bigfoot or Loch Ness Monster? Have you seen a UFO? You know, have you ever witnessed anything really bizarre that you couldn't explain? And of course, all of this started from me telling the story about my curtain rod again. So, because Chompette didn't know, I had to share the story with her. Okay, so let's see, where did I leave off here? So, back to Savannah Knowledge. So the door was ajar as they approached, as if it had been pushed closed but not properly shut. When he went to go push the door open, there was a low gust of air, but there was nothing in the staircase, and all the weirdness stopped when they walked into the stairwell. So here's the explanation behind this apparent actual experience. Okay, the trigger warning is, the reason the ghost may have happened is the regret of a student who committed suicide in the stairwell by hanging themselves, but they did it improperly and strangled to death. Aw, yeah, that sucks. Eek. So, let's see. The footsteps were him kicking the wall. The gust of air his last breath. Yeah, that is very spooky. Let's see. Very sad, too. And Chompette says, the housekeeper that told me all those stories about the library worked there for 15 years. She has dealt with Casper for many years. I personally have seen books fall from the bookshelves. I would go in there and chill with her. In my building, when alone, completely empty, I have heard things. So, I know I've told my stories before and you guys, you know, because you guys watch my streams frequently, you've probably heard them, but I'm sure there's some people watching who haven't heard them, so I'll share a few more of mine as well. I guess I'll start with the one that I didn't personally experience, just because it's one of my favorites. So my mom and dad would tell me this story, from the time I was little, because this is something they experienced. I don't know if I was born yet when this happened. I might have just been a baby, maybe. I don't really know. But anyway, so my dad had a friend that lived in Staten Island, New York. His name was Joe Ionelli. And he bought this old, Victorian style house. He worked from home as a graphic designer. And apparently the foundation of the house dated back to the 1700s. So this house is super duper old. When Joe Ionelli bought the house, he wanted to start renovating because, it probably needed a little bit of work. He wanted to redo the basement, redo the attic. So he started doing all this construction stuff. And this is when things started happening, because he made something angry from starting to change the house. This is a story we hear a lot when it comes to paranormal stuff, ghosts hate change. They do not want you changing the layout of their house in any way, shape, or form. And if you do, they will, they'll protest very loudly, So, but Joe Ionelli had something way worse than just a ghost in his house. So the moment you walk in the front door, you see at first a staircase. And when you walk up to the top of the staircase, there's a light fixture on the ceiling. And you will notice that the light fixture has a pentagram on it. So immediately we're like, okay, so whoever owned this house before was doing some kind of pagan rituals or something, Satanism, whatever. So yeah, automatically there's that. Let's see what Chompet said. The 3-story female dorms had their elevators shut down, sealed up for a similar reason as that. Savannah. Oof. Man. So let's see. So my mom and dad went over to visit and hang out with a couple other people. This is, I guess, when they were young, probably in the 60s or 70s. So I'm imagining this is, this is before I was born. I was born in 1986. So they're basically, a bunch of stoners at this point. So every weird thing that happened, instead of being scared, they would laugh at it and make it angrier, because they were essentially provoking this thing that was in this house by being a bunch of dumbasses, At least that's how my dad explained it. It's we were all just getting high, and, well, not my mom, but, when my mom was there, it probably wasn't so crazy, but my dad definitely, he was into that stuff. So, here's a few of the weird instances that my dad had witnessed that he told me about. So the first one is, all the weird stuff seemed to happen on the staircase or at the top of the stairs, lined up with where that pentagram light fixture was. So they would come into the house, and then they would start hearing all kinds of freaky sounds. You'd hear dogs barking and growling. One time they heard glass shattering, just breaking all over the place, and they go upstairs, and lo and behold, there's nothing. There's no broken glass, but whatever this was had enough energy to create sound, as if something was breaking, which I find just so fascinating. And then there was a construction guy one time, and he was going up the stairs, and one of the loose beams of wood just flew. It was leaning up against the wall. It just flew at him, and it hit him in the head, and it freaked him out. so he ran out of the house and he never came back. Then we had an instance where Joe Ionelli was going to light a cigarette, you know, and he lit up, you know, he had like one of those Bic lighters, you know, and all of a sudden the flame from the lighter shot up like 4 feet high into the air, and that's obviously not normal for just, you know, a lighter to do that. And the same thing happened too. He had like a gas stove, so he'd turn on his stove to cook and the flame would just go like 4 feet up into the air, you know, like almost touching the ceiling. Again, not normal. So on top of having very flamey flames and all kinds of weird, creepy noises, there was also things just being moved, you know, like furniture would move. And it's weird because they told the story, like, this is the classic case of you go down into the kitchen and, like, all the chairs are upside down on top of the table. Like, this apparently is something that happened in this house. Like, I know you see it in movies all the time and it seems really cliche, but this is, like, an actual thing that happens, I guess. So, yeah, that happened. And then my mom told me that she remembers every time she was in that house and there was like a little bathroom underneath that staircase that was lined up with the pentagram. She felt like whenever you were in that bathroom, it felt like something was trying to get into your head. Like possession, you know? Something's trying to possess you. You get this weird pressure feeling on your head and you get cold chills and, you know, just very eerie, dark, bad feelings being in that particular space. So that was her first-hand experience. And then there was another one where one of them threw a lighter, or not a lighter, a match. They threw a match into a garbage can and it was out, like completely extinguished. But then it like relit when it went into the garbage can. Because like I said, you know, this thing liked fire, so it wanted to burn the house down. So, yeah, there was basically a lot of weird stuff going on. Just things moving, noises, people getting hit by objects, furniture rearranging itself, fire getting out of control, growling, bells ringing, dogs barking, glass breaking, voices, you know, all kinds of stuff. And then eventually Joe Ionelli was starting to get frustrated. So one day he was in his basement taking photographs. He wanted to do before and after photographs for, you know, the construction work that he was doing, the renovation. And this is where he captured something really interesting. So in like 3 or 4 of the photographs that he took of the basement, he captured what you could only describe as a floating disembodied demon head. And it had glowing red eyes. It had 2 horns of light on its head and 2 horns of light coming out of its chin. And in each frame of the picture, it's moving across the picture frame, like floating from one side of the room to the other. So this is what prompted Joe to finally call in a parapsychologist and have a paranormal investigator come to his house. I guess it was like a psychic or something, I don't know. So he invites this person in, and as soon as they get to the staircase, remember the staircase is where all this weird stuff happens, the person doubled over in agony, like sick to their stomach, when they got to the staircase. And then they made their way eventually into the basement where the photographs were taken. And what they discovered is there was a loose brick in the wall. So they pulled the brick out of the wall and then they pulled out a box. There was a wooden box and it actually had an incantation written on it. And when they opened it up, there was a piece of paper stating that a demon was summoned into the house. So the parapsychologist person took that paper out and took it with them along with the photographs. And after that was removed from the house, all the activity stopped. So the moral of the story is that some yahoos decided to open up a portal and summon demons into the house, which is not a good thing. Don't do that. And yeah, that's the Joe Ionelli story. So my parents, were actually in this house and they witnessed some of this weird stuff. So it was like firsthand accounts of bizarre supernatural things happening. So let's see. But Bones said, back in California, I'd wake up in the dead of night bouncing on my bed. I don't know if it was ghosts, aliens, or me tossing and turning, but it was creepy every time. Oh, that is kind of creepy. And it is hard to know, Like when you're sleeping, you can do really strange things. You can have, episodes of like sleep paralysis, and you could be like awake but dreaming at the same time, like in a kind of semi-conscious state, and you could totally be like hallucinating things. I've actually had that happen to me once. It was kind of like sleepwalking, but I was also sort of awake. So this is not a ghost story, but it's a weird story. So I'll tell this one too, since we're in weird story mode, which I think is fun. So, this was back when I was like a teenager, I guess, like 14, 15, around there. I had this like radio alarm clock that was on my bedside table. And I dreamed that the radio alarm clock was going off. Like I could hear the radio, it was fuzzy, it was staticky, and it woke me up and I was like really annoyed by it. So I was like, okay, I gotta turn this thing off. And I go to press the button and it doesn't turn off. It just keeps on making fuzzy, staticky radio noises. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. So I decided to look for the wire to unplug it because I just, wanted to go back to bed. And I start like feeling around for the wire, and then I notice all of a sudden that the wire is going out the bedroom door into the hallway to the staircase. So I like follow it. I walk out of the hall. I look down the stairs and I see the wires going all the way down the stairs, and it just continues on. I'm like, what the heck? This is so weird. And then I remember seeing my dad come to the bottom of the stairs, and I remember saying over and over, the wire, and I'm like pointing at it. I'm like, dude, look at the wire. And my dad comes up the stairs and he puts me back in bed. So, like, obviously I wasn't really awake. Like, I was awake because I saw him. I saw the stairs. I was really standing there. He told me I was. I was, like, sleepwalking. So I was, like, half awake, but I was dreaming. Like, I could see the dream hallucination of the wire while I was actually looking at the stairs and standing at the top of the stairs. So that was really weird. I never had that happen to me ever again. It only happened once. But it was strange. Hello, Ellie! Welcome! We're telling bizarre, supernatural kind of stories, like either related to ghosts or, just weird events in life that are, hard to explain or spooky or whatever. Started out with me telling the story about my curtain rod that hit my head and then vanished out of reality 2 days ago, just disappeared. And then telling like ghost stories that we've experienced, like paranormal stories about sleepwalking and, fun, unusual kinds of things. You read the disappearance of the Rod story. Yeah. I tell ya, I'm obsessed with that. Like, we're already on day 3, it's still missing, and I won't shut up about it. I keep checking my closet every day, waiting for it to, like, rematerialize in this plane of existence so I could hang my damn curtains back up. Dude, yo, Commander Munt, did you hear the story about my curtain rod? That like my rant that I was having in general chat 2 days ago, where I was going absolutely insane? Yeah. I'm still ranting about it. I can't shut up about it. I told like everyone, I told all my friends, all my family, everybody in my life has been told this story now. Like, it's ridiculous. Puppeteer is looking elegantly cute. Yay! And this is just one version. There's going to be another version where he's not wearing a mask, a hat, or a wig. It's just going to be his true form, because he's a shapeshifter. So, and there's going to be like filigree. Like, I'm going to be using my fancy, you know, brushes to add filigree to his coat and everything. So it's going to be very pretty. I just have to find, you know, which filigree. Ooh, maybe I use these lace brushes too. Like right now, this is just the rough sketch part. Oh, I like the lace brushes. Really cool. They're so pretty. Oh, wow, that's huge. He's huge! Like, this is the kind of thing that goes like, oops. Very hard to make this brush work. That's why I end up drawing it myself. But yeah, I'm just like messing with my brushes here to see what will look nice. Because I have all kinds of stuff. There's like different lace and what have you. All the billowy lace, yes. This is, I think, like the first character of your characters that I'm drawing that I'm actually RPing with right now. Because like I've drawn a couple of your other characters. Well, actually, no, Liam was. I drew Liam and I RP'd with him. So this is like the second character that you're actually using in our RP that I get to draw. Because I haven't drawn like Stoic or any of the other ones yet that I actually know. I drew, you know, Volpinia Foxfief and a couple other like D&D characters. Yeah, we just started role-playing again for the first time in months, and that's totally my bad. Like, I feel really sorry about that. Like, I'm so sorry. But I really am enjoying your character, Nox, so far. He's very interesting. And I'm very intrigued to see where the story goes, so... put some lace going around the hat. Oh, it's like I need to know which way to swipe this to get the lace to go in the right direction. This is a Dungeons and Dragons character. So this is a shapeshifter from D&D. So basically he's very pale, has like white eyes, white hair. Let me show you the references here. So this is essentially like a D&D shapeshifter. So there's going to be a version of Nox without his mask. I'm using these as references for the clothing. It's basically just very full of flounce and flair. Inspired by, 16th century gaudy French aristocratic fashion, which I really like. It's very, very cool. I love medieval art. Medieval's cool too. You know, it's like the one thing I will say, and I know this is off the topic of like spooky paranormal stuff, because for the time being we're spooky paranormaled out. Oh, enjoy dinner. Take care, baboon. But you know how they say fashion is cyclical? I always wonder, like, we always see clothes from, like, the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Maybe even the 50s a little bit. Like, all modern clothing from within the, the 20th century kind of keeps coming back. Not really stuff from the early 1900s or, like, the late 1800s. We don't really... I mean, a little bit, though. I did actually recall seeing some, like, dresses and shirts in Target that kind of looked like late 1800s, like, Edwardian style clothing. So, okay, so I guess I will say, late 1800s, 1900s onward, we see fashion kind of repeating and coming back. But you don't see the stuff from, like, way long ago coming back. Like all the really ornate clothing from like the 16th and 17th centuries, like very foppish, like ball gowns and like men's clothing like these. I mean, these are just gorgeous, But you don't see anything like that, styles like that. The only time you see people wearing stuff like that is when they're reenactors or they're going to Renaissance fairs or cosplaying or LARPing or something. Like this kind of attire has never really come back into mainstream culture as socially acceptable clothing just for everyday wear. Which makes me kind of sad because it's so beautiful. Way too much money went into it. Nobody could afford it really if they went all out like that. Yeah, it's true, but that's the other thing because, back in the olden times, people had a lot more free time because they didn't have, this same lifestyle we have today. They didn't have all this technology. They didn't have the internet. They weren't bombarded by distractions. And also, they didn't have mass production and machines, you know, all this industrial revolution stuff where everything could be made quickly and easily in factories on a production line. Everything back then had to be meticulously handmade, and they put a lot of care into it. There was a lot of skill in the craft. And, like, architecture was really ornate and beautiful. Like, you look at the furniture, like, the wood was carved. It had, like, relief carvings in it, and filigree, and ceilings had interesting, intricate carvings. Like, you know, everything was just so beautiful and crafted with so much care. And you go even further back, you go to, like, ancient Egypt, Greece, Rome, you know, the Turkish civilizations, the Byzantine Empire. I mean, you look at these old buildings, and there's things in the Middle East, these buildings and mosques and things that are just so fabulously crafted, like handmade detail that just blows your mind. And all of that kind of ended once, you know, we became industrialized as a society. And then things started getting made with cheaper materials. Things became more affordable to the average people. And craftsmanship has gone way, way, way down. Yeah, it's supposed to be fast and easy and cheap. And that is why, you know, we no longer have all this astonishing architecture. Things are, you know, cookie cutter. Slap it together. It's planned obsolescence. It's why your cars are made like crap. It's why your stuff breaks and only lasts for a short while before you have to buy a new one. And it's why our clothing is so cheap and it falls apart after, you know, a couple of washes, a few years, whatever. Clothes back then, they were made to last because most people, like the average working class people, especially during like the Edwardian times, they didn't have a lot of clothing. So what clothing they did have had to last. So it was made really durable. It was like super thick, heavy, dense fabric. And, you know, just... it's like, I'd love to see this stuff come back, but Commander Munt had a good point. Like, it would be so hard to make, and nobody could afford it. So, but the thing is, now we have sewing machines, so like all this embroidery, like ornate embroidery that's on these like jackets and stuff, we have sewing machines that could do it. So, you know. Why we had cobblers, homie. Couldn't just buy new shoes. Yep. Yeah, they had cobblers, they had hat makers. Like, hats were a really big deal. Like, hats were all the rage. A huge fashion statement. You know? So, let's see. But yeah, that's pretty much my take on all of that stuff, because I really do appreciate old, you know, craftsmanship. And if style was truly cyclical, I would love to see like way older clothing styles come into vogue again, especially for men's clothing, because man, you guys, you have the most boring freaking clothes. Like, I'm sorry, but you do. Like what you got, like t-shirts, jeans, polo shirts, and business suits, and like that's it, you know. And your clothes are always so drab. Like, you're not allowed to have any kind of embroidery on your clothing, like no bright colors, you know. Your clothes suck. Like, women have way more variety of clothing than men do. Like, I would like to see, you know, get tux when we want to get crazy. But tuxedos are so boring, you know? I mean, sure, they look nice, but we need to, like, flounce it up, you know? Get some, like, ruffles hanging out of your sleeves, right? I watch the Met Gala so many times whenever I'm bored, and the men always come in basic-ass suit, like, please. Yeah, like, dude, they don't wear the powdered wigs anymore. It's like, you know, I want to see some of that. Like, go crazy, guys. Stop being so boring. I had to turn the fan off. It was getting chilly in here. I want to see style, fashion. Yes, I agree. We really need that. Instead, I get a bachelor number 1000. And you know the other thing that I lament about, and you know, some of you might disagree with me over this, but like, have you ever noticed how cool, like, children's shoes are? I know this is a weird thing to bring up, but like, when I go to Walmart or Target or whatever, and I see like little kids' shoes and they're like covered in glitter, they're rainbowy, they light up with rainbow LED lights and stuff, I'm like, that would be so cool if they made shoes in my size like that. Like, I know a lot of people think it looks really immature or something, but come on, like, rainbow glitter shoes that light up, like, who wouldn't want that? Like, I want that. Like, I want rainbow glitter shoes that light up, damn it. I don't care if I'm 36 years old. You know? I have never paid attention to children's shoes. Oh my god. I noticed it. I'm like, dude, that kid's shoes is lighting up. I want that. And some of them have roller skates in them. Like little wheels pop out of the bottom. I'm like, dude, grown-ups need some fun stuff with their shoes. Like, we need to get with the times because the kids got the best shoes. Like, come on, they got freaking rainbow glitter light up roller skate shoes. Like, heck yeah. Let's see, I loved a meme where it had like a hick yelling at a boy for wearing makeup and wigs, cosplaying, and saying, "What would your ancestors think?" And then it showed a pic of like from these references, French and English aristocrats in heavy makeup and powdered wigs and these lavish clothes. Your ancestors think it's perfectly normal and cool. Alright, now I'm going to draw his head without all the stuff. So I'm going to lower the opacity. But yeah, these are the things I think about, you know, just like wandering around and I'm like, man, guys' clothes are boring and children have cool shoes. Like, you know, maybe it's because I'm an artist, you know, I just notice these kind of things. So, I don't know. Like, I want more intricacy and color and interesting patterns and fabrics and embroidery and lace. Like, I want to see things stop being so damn boring for adults, you know? Because that's what bothers me. Adults just have boring stuff. Like, everything is all gray and lifeless and not fun anymore, you know? Like, I want some cool stuff. Like, why does everything that's fun and colorful and glittery and flowery have to be associated with, like, you know, children or whatever, like immature in some way? Like, this should just be mainstream. Like, everybody can enjoy it, you know? I want that stuff too. I have a super cool looking black coat that my mom used to wear when she was very young, and it had a brooch attached to it. I love it, but it makes me stand out like a sore thumb. Yeah, see, it's like in my town, actually, on December 1st, we have this event called the Victorian Street Walk. And that's like the one time of the year where you can actually dress up in the old kind of clothing. Like, you can dress up in Victorian garbs and walk out on the street and not be seen as a freak. And we get a lot of people who dress up. We got women in, you know, the old-fashioned dresses wearing corsets. We got men with top hats and you know, wearing fancier suits. And everybody just walks around, and there's people giving out cookies, hot cocoa, apple cider. There's like reindeer. There's people doing ice sculptures. They literally shut down the whole main street of Broadway to do this every year, and it's just so cool. So me and Mike are gonna be going, and hopefully some of my friends can join us. We'll see. We don't do that in Germany, at least not in my town. Aw. I don't know, like, if, you know, even in America, probably not every place does stuff like this, but handing out child labor, gotta be accurate. Well, you know, back in the olden days, things were definitely not perfect. That's for sure. They had their problems. Boy, did they. Oh. But yeah, like, the history of the town that I live in is basically springs. Like, we have natural springs here, and horse racing. And this is basically an old Victorian town. Like, there's a lot of old Victorian mansions and whatnot. By the way, his ears are like pointy, right? Because changelings have like elf ears. Right? Like, not super long, not like World of Warcraft long, but just checking. Also, the music stopped. Hang on a minute. I hate when YouTube just pauses. Like, are you still listening? It's like, yes, I am. Don't stop my dang music. Human length but pointed ends like a half-elf. Okay, so I gotta make them a bit shorter. Gotcha. Because, like, I seen a bunch of pictures looking them up, and they're, like, just, like, pointy, like elf ears. So I'll just give it a little point. And I noticed they all have like dark circles around their eyes. Do you want him to have like the dark circles, like it looks like he hasn't slept in a while kind of thing going on? This is a good background while I'm decorating a manor with moving mannequins for my upcoming event tomorrow on Epsilon. Cool. So this is his real face, which I'm still working on. It takes me a little bit of adjusting to get things just right. I think that looks fairly decent. So we get to see what he looks like underneath the mask and the hat. for the background, I had this idea of, like, you know, those art dummy things just kind of hanging, like just puppets. But like just kind of lightly in the background, you know? Have them hanging up like strings, yeah. Something like that. See you later, Savannah. And then maybe, ooh, I got an idea. And then also, like, the lighting will be like a spotlight. Like, there's a spotlight shining on him. And then all of this stuff is kind of in shadow, like these shadowy puppets kind of hanging there. Like, that'd be cool. But yeah, he's standing in the spotlight like he's on stage. Alright, so these are the rough sketches. So I'm going to save these and send them over to you, Commander Munt, for approval or anything you need altered, you know, whatever you need done. And then once I have your full approval, then we will move on to inking the line arts. So I'm gonna save this version right here, and then the one that has the hat and the mask. And I do plan to put more like filigree on his coat, but like that's all gonna be like when I do the clean line art layer, then I'm really gonna, you know, mess with the brushes and stuff to make the fabric like more ornate. This is like, because this is just the rough sketch, I didn't, you know, go through all that detail, but it will be there. Alright, files are on their way. Go. So I just said, any changes or adjustments that you want made at this stage, let me know. So this is pretty much how I roll. Whenever I do art commissions, you know, I go through the rough sketch phase where I'm just hashing out like what the picture's gonna be. Well, the very first stage is setting up all the reference images and just making sure, you know, that I have all the details down that my client asks. So, you know, they send me pictures, they describe what they want, and it's my job to put all of that stuff together. So usually the first hour before I do anything, I'm busy just setting up references. So these are all the main references that I got. Initially the idea was like jester, but then it went more towards French masquerade. So we shifted. But this picture is a reference for the color scheme. And then here we got the references for, you know, the masks and the kind of clothing that we're going for. And also the fact that it's a, you know, a changeling and a puppeteer. So I hunt down all these different pictures to help me have a clearer vision of what it is I'm going to be drawing. And then, you know, once I'm done setting up all my references, I set up a 3D model and poses and stuff. So like I got this hat, I got these, you know, puppet thingies. They were actually crucifixes and I just shortened up an end of it. But hey, it was free, 3D models. Welcome back, Savannah. Set up like the shoes here are really just to help me get the perspective and the angle of the shoes correct, because it's always tricky. You know, and then I get approval. I'm like, okay, have a look at this. This is the pose I'm thinking of, and I describe my idea, like the strings and the marionettes hanging in the background and everything. And then once all of that is done, then I can start sketching. And this is our very, very first preliminary rough sketch. And I know that, you know, Commander Mont wants a mask on, mask off, so this is how we get to see what Nox really looks like. And this is how he looks when he's in his performance gear. And once I get approval, basically like my clients can be like, oh, can you, you know, fix this or adjust that, or is there any way to like edit this? The rough sketch phase is basically that point where if anything is off or anything bothers you, just like tell me and I'll fix it until you're happy with it. And once you're happy with it and you give me the thumbs up, the go ahead, then I can say, all right, it's time to start inking the line art. So I'm gonna have Nox line art 1 and 2. So one with the mask and one without. Right, and yeah, then the same thing goes for every other stage of the process. Like when I color, you know, I do the color flats and I'm like, you know, these colors look right to you. Like one of my most important things is just making sure that every step of the way when I'm doing art commissions is that the people who are paying for the work are happy. And anytime somebody is slightly unhappy, I immediately jump on. I'm like, oh. Like if they give me any kind of criticism or critique, then I know, like off the bat, that I didn't quite nail it. So I start asking questions. I'm like, how can I make this better for you? Because I always want people to feel like completely happy with the artwork. I don't want them to feel like I got details wrong or I didn't capture what they imagined, you know? It looks good so far. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Permission to ink line art. We'll add more filigree to photo 2. So yeah, just basically asking Commander Munt permission to proceed. He says he's liking it so far. Usually he always just lets me go for it, you know. I don't really remember any time where he's ever had me edit anything, because I pretty much nail it for his characters. Get my vision spot on. Yay! And also I know his knees and his legs and ankles and feet look a little weird, but you know, I promise I'll fix that with the line art. Like I gotta work out some anatomy stuff going down here for the lower legs. But it sounds to me like I have permission to start inking. So I'm gonna do such things. Okay, we're going to get into line art mode. So line art is my favorite thing to do, always. Like, I love inking line arts. I get lost in the process. It's very fun. Coloring is not my favorite thing to do, but inking line arts, I'm all over it. For me, coloring is just tedious. It takes too long. It makes my hand hurt. I mean, it's nice when it's all done. I'm like, yay, it looks so shiny and pretty, but the process of coloring just sucks. You heard it from me. Coloring is not fun. I like the finishing part of coloring. Like, I like doing the highlights and the shading, like making everything pop. I think for me it's the color flats that's the most annoying part, because it's just, you know, filling in all the colors. It's just tedious.
that long train's running, coming around the bend. Well, that long train is running, I see it coming round the bend.
Coming round the midnight blues train. Get on board.
Beep, put my microphone back on. I see we got 9 people watching. That's excellent. The last time I had 10 people, my entire computer crashed and I lost everybody. Procreate. Yeah, this was like a couple weeks ago that this happened. Like, I had a really good stream going, I had a lot of people, we were all talking, having fun, and then my computer just crashed really hardcore. It happens. But yeah, as for the Apple iPad and Procreate, I have some students who use it, and it's an interesting program, but like it's definitely a little bit confusing, especially for me because I don't have an iPad and I don't really get to mess with Procreate. So like when I was trying to help my student, you know, figure out how to do certain things, I myself couldn't even figure it out. I'm like, okay, this is a little complicated. Like, I just wanted to do really simple stuff like, you know, selecting things, transforming, things like that. And it was kind of obnoxiously confusing. And these are like just important things in digital art that you just have to be able to do. But for some reason, some programs make it really annoying and difficult when it shouldn't be. So I'm not knocking Procreate, but, you know, certain things are a little bit too confusing. You need to, like, simplify it, you know? What you're using is easy. Yeah, like Clip Studio is basically like all the good things about Photoshop for artists, but, you know, better. Because I used to only use Photoshop for many, many years, and then one Christmas my fiance got me Clip Studio. And I kind of resisted it, you know, for a while. I didn't want to use it because learning a whole new software seemed like it'd be really difficult. But when I actually did start using it, I was like, oh, this is actually just like Photoshop in many ways. Like, a lot of the same features, so there wasn't really that big of a learning curve. And once I really got into using it, I was like, oh, this is actually better than Photoshop. And cheaper because you just buy it once and then you own it for life. Photoshop, you have to like perpetually pay for it. Now, I say that now eating my words because Clip Studio like just announced like last month that they're going to be moving on to a monthly pay model like Photoshop. So it used to be that you could just buy Clip Studio once and you own it for life and get plenty of updates to it for free, but you know, you're not allowed to own anything in this day and age, so we have to pretty much rent it now. It hasn't taken effect yet, and they did say everybody who owns the, you know, the original Clip Studio that used to be $50 will still have it, but they're not going to update it anymore. So we're pretty much going to have to buy Clip Studio 2 and then pay, you know, a subscription fee to use it, which I think is bullshit. But, you know, that is what it is. At least, like, I could keep using this Clip Studio, you know, for as long as it's supported by my operating system. So, you know, once Windows updates to the point where it doesn't support Clip Studio anymore, then I have no choice but to buy the subscription version. But hopefully that won't be for a very long time. I mean, overall, like, I really don't have anything bad to say about this software. It is, like, you know, it's pretty easy to figure out, and it does a lot of really great stuff. But, you know, companies gotta make money, I guess. Everybody wants their cut. I honestly just miss the days of being able to just buy your software and then that's it. Like, you own it. You buy it, you own the license to use it. Wham bam. But times they be a changin'.